Isaac, MMW from SABC from the Victoria Bar, and my team, Mr. Fisher, is also present. We are now in a position that we can proceed as funding has been arranged. So I would just like to close this.
Thank you very much.
I would just like to place formally on record that Senior Counsel Mugatobi was not able to be here given his interview roles at the JSC. So for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry about that. You must know that I'm quite aged. Just remind me what your name is.
Butelezi.
Butelezi. I wanted to say Mtem Butelezi. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I then hand over to you, Ms. Butelezi?
Thank you, my lady.
To lead the next witness.
We'd like to call the next witness, Mr. Mbulelo Guniwe.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. When you are ready, can you give us your full names, please?
My name is Mbulelo Terence Koniwe.
Mr. Koniwe, do you have any objection to taking the oath?
No.
Okay. Do you consider the oath conscience?
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand and swear that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Butelezi.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mbulelo, feel free to sit down and whenever you would like to. There's no need for you to remain standing, but you're also welcome to stand.
Thank you.
So before we begin, I would just like to hand up the statement of Mr. Mbulelo Guniwe. It will be marked Volume J. In Volume J, you will find the statement of both Mr. Guniwe, marked as J1, and you will also find the statement of Minister Holomisa, marked as J2. That would appear behind the folder. So there should be a folder. Behind that would be Minister Holomisa's statement, who is scheduled to appear before this inquest tomorrow.
And then the rest of the contents of the file?
Oh, behind each statement are the annexures.
All right.
And yeah, those would also fall under J1, Exhibit J1, but they're individually indexed and referred to in the statement.
Thank you, Ms. Butelezi.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mbulelo, before we start, can you confirm that the statement before you and the one that I've just handed up to the court, dated 6 October 2025, is your statement?
That's correct.
Thank you. So, let's start with your date of birth and your occupation.
I was born in 1958, October on the 25th. I'm a retired professional revolutionary residing at number 100 Cable Street in Cradock.
Thank you. So you've just mentioned that, or described that you are a professional revolutionary. Could you please explain to the court?
Retired. I think he said so.
Yes, retired, but I wanted to focus on the professional revolutionary. And please could you explain to the court what you mean by that?
To my understanding, that defines someone's full-time operational on matters of the revolution.
Okay, thank you. So, in paragraphs 4 to 10 of your statement, titled Overview, you set out the reasons for your being here today. Did you participate in the previous 2 inquests? relating to the deaths of the Cradock Four?
No, not really.
Why not?
Because at that stage, my younger mother, Nyami Koniwe, was still alive, and she was the one who was representing the family.
So, will this be the first time in 40 odd years after the death of the Cradock Four that your evidence will be heard?
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Mbulelo. Now, in canvassing the reasons why you're here today, could you please explain to the court your relationship with Mr. Matthew Koniwe?
Matthew Koniwe is the younger brother of my father. In our culture, it's called Tatumbu, which means the younger father. And we grew in the same homestead and were very close and were also active for a very long period together.
Thank you, Mr. Koniwe. So, in paragraph 6 of your statement, you refer to the structures you helped build and the principles that guided you. You refer to the violent response you faced from the apartheid state. Without going into the detail we will cover later, can you explain how those structures and principles made you and your colleagues visible to the state security, and what that visibility meant in practice?
My lady, prior to the formation of Cradoya and Cradora, there was a kind of a lull in our political activism in the context of Cradock. And that situation changed with the death of one of the stalwarts of the ANC, Canon James Asachalata. In context, by the time he died, he had aged, and there was some kind of leadership vacuum. In my recollection, the handover of the leadership baton took place during that process of the death of Canon Kalata. That's when we resolved then to not let his memory die with him. It's when then Matthew emerged as an undisputed leader of the community, transforming a situation whereby in all spheres of societal life in the community, there was dominance by agents, apologists of the system, starting from the churches to the sports clubs, overall social dominance. When Matthew led us to start Cradora and Cradoya, that scenario changed overnight. We built very solid, disciplined, and active, reliable structures to organize our community, to deal with the challenges that the community faced on a daily basis. There was a rallying point of a new township that was built, that was named after Kalata, where they introduced a sliding scale rental kind of system, which amounted to the African people resident in Cradock being expected to pay exorbitant rentals that in comparison were even more than what the other communities were paying. So it is that context that we built these durable structures that were the admiration of many people in many towns that emulated us. In essence, we took over our affairs and ran them ourselves. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, still staying out of the detail, can you confirm whether you have had sight of any official records or authorizations reflecting that attention that you speak to in paragraph 6 of your statement? Feel free to follow with me on paragraph 6 as I go through.
Apart from the warnings by people that were close to government and our own observations of surveillance activities, harassment, harassment of young people on a daily basis, we didn't have sight of any official document to that effect. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. The question, in fact, related to post that in giving your statement to this inquest. The question was, have you had sight of any authorizations or official records that confirm the attention that yourselves and the structures called from the state security?
I did see a few of them, starting from the signal that actually ordered our elimination. I've seen some of the records of the security branch that were detailing the tapping of the phones. I've seen some records of the security where the numbering of people that were targets was written. So those kind of documents I saw after the death of the Cradock. Of the Cradock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now we're going to turn to paragraph 8 of your statement. And you will find that, or do you prefer to use the one you've got? It's also in the bundle we prepared.
Yes,
You've got, okay, all right. Thank you. So we're now at paragraph 8 of your statement. And you say that the killings were not random and that declassified documents show that Mr. Matthew Goniwe, Fort Galata, and you were treated as insurgents and enemies of the state. Now, without reading from these documents, can you confirm that your particular bundle that we have handed in today as Volume J contains official memoranda or signals that mirror what you say you experienced?
I do confirm so, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, paragraph 9, you state that the reference to permanent removal was an expression of an intention that you should be murdered, and that Judge Zietsman ruled that the reference meant killing. Now, when you later read Judge Zietsman ruling on what permanent removal meant, did it align with your understanding you already had from your own experience?
It did align. Because if I recall well, we saw this in a paper that was called the New Nation, and it spoke about the permanent removal and cited those names. To us, that meant nothing else but a permanent elimination, and the proceedings of the inquest thereafter confirmed that understanding we had.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Goniwe. My lady, the ruling of Judge Zietsman is attached to the statement of Mr. Goniwe, and it appears at page 64 of your bundle, marked MTG1. Now, I am told that there's Okay. Is it the one that's here? Okay. We'll speak to it. All right. I'll proceed. So, all right. So, Mr. Goniwe, you have told us when you were born. Can you tell us where you were born, where you were raised, and how you came to live in Lingelihle? We're now continuing from paragraph 11 of your statement.
Yes, I was born in what is referred as the old location, an area that was called number 4, and number 4 was at Makubeni in Lingelihle. We then were moved through the Group Areas Act to a far smaller house in Lingelihle, number 43, Vabaza, moving from an 8-bedroomed house, were crammed into a 4-roomed house. There, the entire family lived together. The mother of Matthew, his brothers and their wives, and their children were all crammed into this tiny house. We lived freely as a family, interacted on a kind of a daily basis, sharing every little that was there, eating from the same dish, using one spoon. Yet Messi was a bit older than us. So with time, because of that cramped situation, the family collectively galvanized resources to build a far bigger house. And at the helm of that program was their elder brother, referred to somewhere in my statement, Alexander Goniwe, who had become the father figure of the family. So they built this house where we took the judge to, number 44 Trina Street, which is the Goniwe homestead.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, could you please take the court through your schooling history and when you began living with Matthew Goniwe? We're around paragraph 16. Okay.
We started school at St. James Primary School, which was a church school of the Anglican. And with the forced removals, we had to relocate to far inferior schools that were built in Lingelihle. And at the center of that disintegration, I would like to add that it was a clear and deliberate attempt to dislodge the institutional history and role of Canon Talada, who I regard as an astute community builder whose aim it was of the state to erase his memory. Because that school, when we arrived there, it was then renamed Masembe Junior Primary School. That is 1966. I proceeded further to a portion of that same school which was given a different name, which was called Nuba Senior Secondary School. Then, when I passed Standard 6 in 1973, Matthew had lived a town and was teaching in Transkei. So myself and my elder sister, Nalutando Margaret Goniwe, were at the invitation of Matthew, called to go and stay with him. That's where we studied, staying together in that house. and he being a father figure and also responsible for our daily expenses and maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So I see you've touched a little on the personal relationship you had with Mr. Matthew Goniwe. I wanted to know if there was anything more you wanted to add. We're now at paragraphs 18 and 19 of your statement. This is regarding your personal relationship, yeah.
So I would state that it was especially significant. He was not only my uncle, as it is commonly reported. I stated that he was the same status as my father, as he was his junior. Therefore, it would be his obligation if, for example, my father would have died before I got circumcised. That would be his obligation, family obligation, to look after the siblings of his brothers. So he was more than an uncle, as it is commonly reported in English media. See, it's a role that he embraced fully. He remained a role model that all of us, and most of us, wanted to be like him. And even in the critical moments in my life, when I was about to be circumcised, I had to pay him a visit while he was in prison to talk to him about this, and he gave us counsel through me and to others that we're going to go through that visual. I want to state that we went to him in prison while he was serving a 4-year sentence in Wellington prison in Amtata. And the person who then provided that transport for us, together with his wife, late wife, may her soul rest in peace, was none other than Sicelo Mhlauli. And his wife, who's present here, was also part of that trip. So, in that, in essence, Matthew meant a lot to me. Let me put it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, can you describe to the court the circumstances under which you began living closely with Sicelo Mhlauli? We're at around paragraph 20.
Yes. It starts with 1976, when he was arrested and convicted of the Suppression of Communism Act. We could not afford to study further. So there was an enforced break, 1977, 1978. In one of those trips that we went to see him, he appealed to Sicelo Mhlauli to then ensure, together with his wife, that I went back to school. So that took me to Dimbaza, Kuyasa High School, with the assistance of Sicelo, that I got the opportunity to be a student there, and that's where we were very close. Couldn't spend 2 days without seeing each other. Would sit at his home, listening to Radio Freedom, and in that process, he formally recruited me to be a member of the African National Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, for completeness, could you please take the court through your further studies and qualifications from paragraph 22?
Yes, when I was a member of parliament, I studied through a program through University of I started at Tamelin before we went to Parliament, studied public relations and events management. Then acquired a Bachelor of Arts through the University of London between 1995 and 1997. In 1998, I obtained a master's degree in philosophy. In 2017, enrolled at Emmanuel University, earning a PhD in philosophy in 2019. 2020, I was awarded honorary associate professorship by Ridge International University. Those are my qualifications.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So the next topic you deal with, and I think you touched on it briefly, but I guess we'll delve into some detail, is the origins and the structure of Cradora. Now, this theme you'll find from paragraphs 28 to 38. Can you please talk through these paragraphs? Could you please take the court through these paragraphs and why they are significant? These are...
What Cradora stands for?
Yeah, Cradora. So at paragraph 26, we're dealing with Cradora. So could you please state for the record what it stands for?
It starts with what I would term my political activism that was fueled by a significant event that happened in our times. That is the liberation of Mozambique in 1975. Also arising from the 1976 students' uprisings. We had what is called in history now the Cradock uprising in 1977. So as I mentioned earlier, shortly after the burial of Canon Asa Kalata, something needed to be done, and it is then that Matthew was ordained to play a leading role. Out of that process, we established, after a comprehensive consultative process where we went door to door to sectors and sectors to say, now that this stalwart Kalata has departed amongst our shores, what needed to be done? So the idea of setting up a residents association emerged out of that process. It is then that we set up in 1983 the Cradock Residents Association, abbreviated as Cradora. Shortly after that march, we set up the youth wing of that, and we called it the Cradock Youth Association, which is then Cradora in short. So I've referred to the rallying point, which is the introduction of that rental system. That was a sliding scale based on the earning of the people. As I said, the effect of that system was that Africans were required to pay highest rental levies compared to whites. The civil mobilization that emerged in Cradock was firmly rooted on that point, and mostly in Lingelise. So it goes back to that, the groundwork of Cradora and Cradoya began during a funeral of an elder when a symbolic leadership transition occurred. That's the moment in my recollection that unified us and the community-led movement gained real traction.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Mr. Goniwe, the next question is, what was your role in Cradora? And what was Matthew's role in Cradora?
In the initial phase, Matthew was elected as the president of Cradora. He was deputized by Gladwell Makaula. The secretary was certain Mr. Mikashe. Ms. Puta was the deputy secretary, and Fort Kalata was the treasurer. I was the organizer. At the same time, Cradoya was started. Initially, it was led by people who were professionals. It was a kind of, in our view, a moribund kind of institution that was not militant, focusing on cultural issues like choral music, etc. We changed that executive. Then we installed Fort Kalata to give it more militancy as the president. His deputy was Tutuzeli Ndombela. Then the secretary of Cradoya was Mopo Mene. His deputy was Nomsa France. And there again, I was entrusted with the role of being organizer.
Mr. Goniwe, at paragraph 30 of your statement, you also speak of Sparrow Mkonto's role in the organization. Can you explain his role to the court, please?
At a later stage, we identified the gap that we needed a chairperson. Besides the presidents, we need someone who would be the custodian of the resolutions we take and to ensure their implementation. And that role is a role that was carved for Sparrow Mkondo. Up to the time of his death, he was the chairperson of Cradora. A huge responsibility in this that later I refer to other formations that we set up. So what gave us momentum was that Cradora was constituted of a number of sectoral formations, and it was operated in what we called the joint forum, where all of these structures would meet, and Sparrow was the chairperson who would then preside over those meetings, which is quite a significant role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, at paragraph 31, you speak of Cradora and Cradoya's alignment and affiliation with the UDF. Can you take the court through those details or the significance and the reasons for the alignment and affiliation with the UDF?
Yes, flowing from that historic day on the 20th of August 1983, formation of the UDF, as per command of O.R. Tambo, that the time was ripe for the formation of a united front. Flowing from there, 20th August 1983, on the 3rd of December, there was a clarion call for us to meet here in Port Elizabeth to establish the Provincial United Democratic Front. It was established. Fazi, I remember, and Ngoi were elected as presidents, and other people were Derek Swartz, the one who gave evidence. Professor Swartz was elected as the secretary. So that would then be an act, deliberate act, of us of consolidating and maximizing our resources and impact in promoting the struggle.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, in the same paragraph, still in paragraph 31, you speak of liberated zones and community-based system of self-governance and how they were linked to Oliver Tambo's statement, render South Africa ungovernable and make apartheid
unworkable. Can you speak to the
Yes.
significance of
It
that in
was-
the relationship?
It was a direct response to that call, because my lady, at that time, at 7 o'clock, when the Radio Freedom comes to waves, it was almost a ritual in Cradock that young people would be listening to every word that Tambo uttered, the President Tambo uttered. So in one of those famous speeches of his, he made this call that we must render apartheid unworkable, and that is before the tricameral system was actually introduced. So in order to give effect to this, which was the core of my functions, operations, we started to feel that let us have alternative structures that would actually coordinate the affairs. So one meeting of Cradora resolved that the organizing department, which I headed, had to study the M plan to design some kind of structural arrangements under semi-legal kind of conditions. That's where, when we tabled our report, it was adopted by the Cradora joint meeting as the G plan, referring to the Goniwe plan. Then liberated in the sense that though we didn't own the means of production and have taxes and that kind of stuff, but what we could take over, we took over. What was very significant, during those days when you went through Cradock, you would find the magistrate, the interpreter, and the prosecutor, they were basking in the sun because there were no cases that were being reported to the courts and to the police. We had our own thing that we called Amabuto, law enforcers, people that would go around. If you stole something from the neighbors, in 30 minutes time or an hour, that would be recovered. So that particular area, in terms of running a safe, coherent community, that's where those structures actually excelled. They also constituted a very firm platform where political education was transmitted, so that people became ideologically clear of what the struggle was about. Through those structures, we were able then to start our own preschool and also establish an advice office where the trouble that people were, paralegal issue solutions were being given. And for the record, it was the operation of that office was the responsibility of Gladwell Makaula.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
So just for clarity, these structures and organizations and that you just made mention of, would they be the ones that you characterize in paragraph 32 of your statement as having become extensive, the political education programs having become extensive and sophisticated, or are there other?
Those structures indeed are referred to, because the other aspect of them was that at that point there was a school boycott that was going on, demanding the reinstatement of Matthew and Fort Kalata as teachers, and they were very, very handy in implementing those decisions. Also, during the times when we embarked on consumer boycotts and so on, those structures were there. And also, they were the defense units of the community because we got involved in curtailing the free movement of the police and the army. We did even have a campaign where we bought whistles that once the enemy enters the terrain, there would be signals of whistles that people would become alert, and that people that were being sought after by the system could then, so those structures were the salt of our civic movement.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Mr. Goniwe, are you able to briefly take the court through the Educare, the origin of the Educare Center and the purpose that it served? Or have you dealt with that already?
I did allude to it, but it was informed by the sharp mind of Matthew that the first time I heard of this term called the early childhood development, that if we wanted to produce a sustainable community, we needed to invest knowledge and skills to the children. Then they would then be transformative in relation to what the essence of the community would become. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, Mr. Goniwe, at paragraph 34, you make mention of COSAS, and for the sake of the court, I will also ask you to explain what the acronym stands for. Can you describe COSAS's, can you describe it and its purpose?
COSAS was the formation which is called the Congress of South African Students. It was the formation that actually united and unified the student movement at secondary and high school level. It was formed in 1979. So Matthew, at his arrival to teach there, allowed that kind of activity. Other principals actually fought against it, and they were scared of the security police. They would be harassed. But when Matthew became the principal of Semkali, allowed activities and actually assisted the activities of COSAS. That's where my daughter Jacobs emerged and became the president of COSAS, being transformed from this thing of the prefect system, which was designed to indoctrinate and make young people to be very, I forget the term that I would want to use to define that, to be docile and not to challenge authority. So COSAS was very rigorous and was clearly aligned to the liberation movement, using the Freedom Charter as one of its key documents. So that is what about, we also further organized the Cradock Workers Union, where many people also emerged to lead. I recall Potimose, I recall Pataki Dano, Tami Hani, and others. They were in that formation. We also organized the Cradock Women's Organization, where one of our stalwarts, Nonyanga Sibanda, who was named the general, and Daisy Bonsi, Papise, and others began to lead. So it's those formations that also now were with the underpinning strength of our civic movement in Lingelise. That also gave us a fertile ground to identify people that would be suitable to be recruited to the underground activities of the ANC. Just collective strength did something that is very rare, where the community council that was installed without consultation with the community was persuaded non-violently to step down, all of them, which they did voluntarily. That was an achievement that really set Cradock aside and the leadership skills of Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Koniwe. Just to complete, what were the sentiments around those community councils?
Well, we felt that they were an extension of apartheid. Those were toothless puppets who would never represent the genuine interests of the community. Were they there to perpetuate the programs, the divisive programs of apartheid, and never cared about what it really mattered in terms of the lives and the tribulations and the deprivation of the communities. There's a Yabas arrangement. To cite an example, if people came to...
No.
Please. Yes.
Thank you.
The statement is quite detailed. Perhaps it would be helpful if you highlighted, you let the witness highlight mostly the role played by the Cradock. For, of course, that includes him as well, because he was part of the organization.
Correct.
As I say, the detail is quite extensive in the statement, so I don't think it will be necessary to go through each and every detail in the statement.
No.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. So, all right. The next theme that we will be dealing with is titled Underground ANC Work and Mobilization. I guess we'll touch on just a few of these paragraphs. I'm going to direct the court to paragraph 40. That's the next one. What role did the civic structures that you assisted in creating play in the ANC mobilization and work?
As I said earlier, my lady, they provided us a firm foundation of political education, as well as to observe the talents and many other gifts that people had, and they linked to them. We could then also infiltrate others to leave the country. There would be also some basic military training, etc. That was based on what the response or the commitment people showed in the minimal tasks. Then they would be upgraded by being given more serious responsibilities. And that was to link our own effort to the national liberation, so that there would be a synergy of some sort, though we were not an underground structure, but we did relate in that special fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 41, you make reference of the arrest and detention of Matthew, Fort, and Madoda Jacobs in 1984 between 30 April and 9 October. Can you tell the court what the circumstances of those arrests and detentions were?
Yeah, here again, my lady, we were pre-warned. I remember at work I received a call from Molly Blackburn, just inquiring if I was all right. So when I knocked off from work, my routine was that I would go to visit Matthew to check if there was any tasks or give a report of what operations I was tasked to. So when I arrived at home, I was told that Matthew had been arrested. Then my sixth sense was to go underground, which is how I avoided arrest in 1977. But I was told on that spot that he had left an instruction that I should not run away. So I was picked up like a sitting duck. That is after he was arrested. When I arrived at the Sanlam building, that is the offices of the special branch, that is where I got Fort. Fort was there already. Many of them were not there. Then we were driven in a car to Johannesburg, handcuffed to the door panel on the handle. We were driven at night and arrived in Johannesburg at Deep Grove Prison, which was called Sun City. Then we were told there that we were being detained under Section 28.
So was that you and Mr. Kalada?
Mr. Ford and Kalada. I mean, Ford, Kalada and myself.
Okay.
But my lady, I learned later that Matthew and my daughter Jacobs were actually locked up in Portsmouth Prison in Cape Town.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Do you have any views on why you were locked up in different areas or in provinces?
Well, I think the primary objective was to remove us from the scene, because at that point there was this total boycott of the school and hyped up activism demanding the reinstatement of Matthew and Fort. So whilst doing that removal from the immediate operations, also it was deliberately avoided, in my view, for us to be together, so such that you deny us the opportunity to further engage and discuss our tactics and strategies, and even plan further to proceed. The slogan of Cradora said, "United in resistance," to further plan that kind of resistance, its phases and stages. So my view is that we're being deliberately, because even there, we were detained in solitary confinement, and 24 hours a day, you'd only see the sunlight for 1 hour in what was called an exercise. I would get a glimpse of Fort pacing on the courtyard during his exercise hour, then mine would then follow. But we managed to communicate in one way or another.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So, the last sentence of paragraph 42, you say, "The scale of this work made us a target of heightened state surveillance and repression." Without going into too much detail, can you explain or contextualize this sentence insofar as your relationship and affiliation with the UDF, just to round it off for the court?
What transpired in Cradock, my lady, also provided a very firm foundation for us to expand the resistance to apartheid. We managed to reach all the surrounding towns around Cradock and further, and set up similar structures. And quite clearly, my lady, this was not received with favor by the then government. Resistance levels grew alarmingly, and clearly at the center of that was this organizing brilliance of Matthew, firmly supported by Ford, Sparrow, and many others, including myself. So to say, that then warranted this kind of surveillance, and now started to place Cradock as one of the key priorities if the mood of a revolution was to be stemmed in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Guniwe. In fact, at paragraph 45, you seem to describe it as, or rather these activities and structures as having alarmed the apartheid regime the most.
That's correct.
Now, all right, so I would like to take you to oh my God. Sorry, it's jammed. Oh, what's happening? Okay, there we go. I would like to take you to exhibit, or annexure rather, MTG2. You'll find it at page 147 of the bundle. Now, you refer to this document at paragraph 47 of your statement. Now, could you please read the title and author of the document?
It's 147 here.
Yeah, 147 of that bundle, yes.
I don't see the title. Oh, this, yeah, it is. 146, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got mine electronically, I'm sorry. Sorry, it is 146, sorry.
It reads the lessons learned from past revolutionary wars.
All right.
By Brigadier C.A. Fraser, SM Commander, he written 12 combat group.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 40, I think we're at 47, yeah. In paragraph 47 of your affidavit, you make reference to it, right? And you describe this document as a document that Judge Zietsman noted in the inquest as being a document that was shared with state security branch officials as a response to the then government's belief that there was a revolutionary onslaught against South Africa by terrorists. Now, without mentioning, in fact, I would like you to please read, okay, so you have done that, sorry. I would like you to please read out the last sentence on page 146 of that same bundle, the last sentence. It will carry us over into 147.
It reads as follows. The basic element of a revolutionary war is political infiltration through the weak spots of a state's social structure. Victory can be obtained by a government only by recapturing the support of the masses and by the complete destruction of that organization and the eradication of its influence upon the people.
Now, thank you, Mr. Guniwe. Without mentioning your name in this particular document that you've just read, would you say that this document that you have just read out to the court played a part in your treatment and that of the Cradock Four as insurgents and enemies of the state, as mentioned in paragraph 8 of your statement?
I would certainly say that, because we would fall in that category. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Guniwe. Now we deal with the next section, or subheading, which is titled Surveillance, Infiltration, and Psychological Warfare, These span over paragraphs 48 to 75 of your statement. Are you there?
I'm there.
Great. So, at paragraph 49, you state that your home became a target of surveillance. Can you please take the court through your experience?
Yes. Here I may state, my lady, that it has started here. Years before this, when the elder brother of Matthew left the country in 1961 to join Umkondo Wesizwe, our home was constantly visited. In small hours, as young children, we used to be woken up rudely, and we couldn't understand what was going on. Even when we moved to the new residential area, the vehicles of the special branch would go past at a very slow pace, clearly observing what was going on inside. I may also state, my lady, that this did not happen solely to the Gonwe family. It was a routine thing that took place to most of the houses, particularly of people that were Robben Island prisoners, were no more in Cradock, and other houses of people who left the country. During that particular, it was a particular moment of the operations of Cradora. It did increase almost on a daily basis. There would be cars that passed by, there would be Caspers, there would be police, not only in that homestead, even all of these activists, main targets in that whole scenario being Matthew and Fort. So that actually raised our own security awareness and to observe patterns, and that being led by someone who was very, very keen on detail and observing patterns. It is in that time that we saw we're being daily monitored through binoculars from the hill at Bersech, where I took the court, because we also got a set of binoculars and started to really see what was happening. And that was also confirmed by people who worked in the gardens as domestic workers, etc. That there were these cars of security police pointing at that direction. And to them also, it signaled one thing, that the Gonwe family house was under constant surveillance. And other symptoms that took place, you would hear very funny noises when you picked up the phone. And someone advises that once you hear that, drop the phone quickly and pick it up again. The roll of a tape would be audible on the handset of the phone. Then the other systematic test that we did was the loudhailer test, where you switch on a loudhailer loudly, and once it sends back a screeching back sound, then that confirmed that there was a listening device in the neighborhood, and that made us to observe. Then we discovered a device that we referred to the Black Sash here in PE, and they confirmed that it was a listening device. In fact, there was a policeman, security operative, who disguised himself as a post office worker. So he was busy installing there something. And Matthew said that this can't be a post office worker. His complexion defies him. He's an office worker, this person. Mbu, let us be careful, something is happening here. So he came there with a letter and installed this thing, fixing the phone or something like that. I suspect that is the time when they actually planted that listening device at the house.
So
And the other symptom was that when we spoke about something, I recall in some December 1984, Trevor Manuel was going to pass by there, and they spoke about times, estimations, etc. And right at that time, when Trevor arrived, there were police in the vicinity. So that is the context that I can state, yeah.
thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
Okay. All these, what you had observed.
I say this is 1984. 1984, my lady.
Thank you.
So just to take that a little further, in paragraph 49, your second sentence says, I remember the moment we first confirmed that our telephone was bugged during 1985. Now, you've already described the circumstances of how you came about to know that your phone was bugged, or suspect that your phone, or no, confirmed that the telephone was bugged. I just want to pause briefly. Let's go to paragraph 71 of your statement, and please read out the last sentence of paragraph 71 of your statement.
The extent of official involvement in the surveillance of Matthew is revealed in the affidavit of Major Eric Suspect Venter, dated 28 June 1988, a senior officer in the Cradock Security Branch. He confirmed under oath that the interception of Matthew's telephone communications was authorized by the Minister of Law and Order in terms of Section 118A of the Post Office Act 44 of 1958. The authorization granted under reference number HH11/2241/83 covered the period from 8 June 1985 to 7 December 1985.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, my lady, that particular affidavit is contained in the A exhibit file, marked as Exhibit A27. I just want to confirm with my colleague that that reference is correct. Volume A, Exhibit File A, A27. Or can you please check for me if it's changed now? A27, Volume A. Thank you, my lady, but it was already contained in the existing. No, it is not part of this bundle. Thank you. We return to paragraph 50. My lady, I have been asked by my learned colleague whether this would be a suitable time for tea time, or if you would like to proceed.
If everyone is okay with us going ahead, because we started late, I won't mind sitting through, unless people need a break.
Mr. Goniwe, how do you
No,
need
I would like a break.
Can you adjourn? It's now.
You know why.
Can you adjourn for 10 minutes?
Thank you.
Continue adjourn for 10 minutes.
Why didn't you say?
Everyone needs a break.
Yo. 10 minutes.
it, but I made a follow-up as the organizer. And he did confess that, and further gave information of someone else who the Minister of Religion had made an example about, to say, look how well dressed he is and so on. So he's already doing this kind of work. Then we approached that guy. His younger brother confirmed suspicious activities, and he later himself confessed that indeed he was a paid state agent, a state informer. So he would frequent our meetings and take a very prominent seat, and actually even pretend to be quite committed to the programs, and yet he was giving this information. At the occasion of the township siege, the closure, where a helicopter was hovering around above the skies, shouting anti-Matthew Goniwe statements and that kind of stuff, there was a vehicle with dark windows where someone inside was actually identifying people, and subsequently those people were arrested and some of them were detained. So these are people that knew us, that were amongst our midst. That's what confirms to us that there was that kind of physical monitoring as well. So that if the phone missed it, if the listening device missed it, there would be a human element within that surveillance coordination activity. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, at paragraph 70, and we'll come back again, I just want to highlight that at paragraph 70, you state that what you described in relation to the surveillance and intimidation has been confirmed by security officials. You also reference a sworn statement by J.H.W.F. Wilkins, acknowledging that both you and Matthew were subjects of extensive monitoring. I would like to take you to his statement, which is marked MTG3, my lady, and it is found on page 179 of this bundle. Now, my lady, it is in Afrikaans, but Mr. Goniwe is quite fluent in Afrikaans, or at least he can read and understand. So, paragraph 4 is relevant. No, 3 is just here, please. Could you read out paragraph 4 and then tell the court your understanding of paragraph 4? That would be on page 180.
Paragraph 4.
Before we go there, I'm sorry. Could you confirm the date on which this affidavit is deposed to, and also just the name underneath it for purposes of the record? So you'll find that on page 181, where the Commissioner of Oath stamp is.
Yes.
It's the penultimate line of the stamp, or rather, no, it's not the penultimate, so it's the third line from the bottom. Towards the right, you'll find the date. It's quite small, but...
Yes. It's the 24th of June, 1993.
That's correct. And could you confirm the name that appears below the signature?
Below the signature is J.H.W.F. Wilkins.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now let's go to paragraph 4. That will be on page 180 of this bundle.
Die persoon leer van Bulelo Goniwe wat te Port Elizabeth BGO is, sou ook tesamen met al die ander persoonleiers tijdens die algemene vernietiging van leers in april, mei 1992 vernietig gewees het. Ek het geen onafhankelijke herinnering van die vernietiging van die specifieke leer nie, maar weet dat alle personeelleers en oorblijvende organisatieleers tijdens de april-mei maand 1992 vernietig is. Zodanige vernietiging is deur mij persoonlijk uitgevoerd nadat ik mondelinge opdracht in die voorband vanaf kolonel D. Hatting ontvang het. Zover mijn kennis strekt, is soortgelijke opdrachten landswijd uitgereikt.
Are you able to tell the court what that means, or you are? Okay. Please, could you give the court your understanding of what you just read?
This confirms what I've been saying, that we were being monitored and that there were files with our name. In this paragraph, it is confirmed that my file, together with other files of persons that were being surveilled and organizations, per instruction from Colonel D. Hatting, were destroyed. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So we're back at 59, but you've already dealt with the hillock from where you were surveilled by special branch agents. And in fact, I think you also mentioned that we did conduct an inspection in loco, and the court was able to attend that site and was able to view the distance and get the vantage point that the security branch officials would enjoy. So I don't think there's a need to deal with that again. What we haven't dealt with is paragraph 60. Paragraph 60, you talk about a formal process of record creation. Could you describe or explain to the court what you mean by that and your experience and how, you experienced that?
It is, my lady, when they start following you, they would pick you up, take photos of you from all angles, from the side, from the top, from the back, and so on. And also instruct you to write over and over again a sentence that say, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So you would write a full page on this in small letters, cursive writing, write in the capital letters, almost for a long time. It was quite clear this was to see your writing, and also could be able to, by description to anyone, to be able to identify you. That is the experience we have.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 60, is it 66? Yeah. At paragraph 60, you make reference to unknown cars arriving at your house, immediately followed by a visit from State Security Branch.
dealing with?
This would be at paragraph 60. No, I'm sorry, my lady. I think it's paragraph 62. I apologize. It's 62. 62. I'm sorry, my lady.
All right,
62.
okay.
So unexpected vehicles that would arrive at your home and immediately followed by a visit from state security branch members.
That my lady, is mentioned because it means that if someone passed there and actually observed some kind of an activity, they would then phone and give that information there. Then soon thereafter, then you'd have the security police vehicles that are clearly identifiable. So when you try to connect the dots, soon this car passed here, then thereafter, this is what happened. Because we would also place a few people outside if there was an activity for as our pre-warning system. So we observed that pattern. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goniwe, could you tell the court or explain to the court the effect that this round-the-clock surveillance that you have described and canvassed, what effect did that have on you? We're at about paragraph 63.
It angered you, my lady, to discover that your privacy was actually, what is the word now? Oh, well, yeah, to create a lesson, monitored. The right to security, which later became a constitutional right, was flagrantly disregarded. Then it made you quite unsure about what to do and what not to do, who to speak to, who not to speak to, and to what extent is that invasion of your privacy being conducted. So as you shiver to imagine what is it that landed in other people's ears that they were not supposed to hear. So it's a serious violation that even angers me to this day. It also makes you kind of paranoid and not being able to trust the motives of people easily. Always be very alert, and your patterns sleeping that becomes irregular. You hear the sound of a hippo meters away. Then you wake up and perhaps go and hide somewhere or something like that. So that the after effects of that go a long way with you. You become a not easily trusting person. You become distant because you're not trusting the humanity of people. People come here as friendly to pledge solidarity, but you'd have a question about the real motive behind. So that kind of invasion destroys your humanity and trust, and it's totally unwelcome. Thank you, your lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 66, you reference one of the most, as you describe, one of the most chilling episodes of state intimidation. Can you describe this episode to the court?
My lady, this is it was a clear sign to me that something drastic is going to happen. unprecedented, that morning, early small hours, there were lights from the sky. There was a helicopter that was hovering at a very low level, and it was actually propagating a message that the people of the community must disregard Matthew and his activists, because Matthew was not providing them water, was not giving them any services, etc., etc. And they were also assuring them that they, as the security forces, were there to protect them, and they were there for as guarantors of their freedom, such that they would have to disregard the protocols, the organizational protocols that were being installed by Cradora. And I recall very well, we found out later that helicopter or plane, whatever it was, because the noise, I couldn't make a difference, belonged to one milk producer, a farmer there in Cradock. So it was an onslaught on a helpless community. I couldn't understand why people with all the resources in the world, guns and everything else, could prey on a defenseless community like that, and actually embark on such high level of desperation to shout a name of an individual in the manner they did, and the organization that the people trusted and followed almost religiously. So that's what happened. It's then that I'm saying that a lot of disturbance of people, many people were found to be at the wrong places at the wrong time. There were roadblocks that were set up in the strategic points, and inside the car, as I said, there was someone who actually was pointing at the people, where some people were then shifted to one side, some others shifted to another side, the others were allowed to go, and the others were taken for interrogation. That was buttressed and reinforced, my lady, by armed soldiers that were walking in the streets, particularly in the squatter area that was there. It was quite a heavy onslaught on the community, and to this day, I do feel is one of the factors that really traumatized many people in our community. It was unheard of. It was never repeated again. That
in the weeks preceding or leading up to the death of the Cradock.
Yes, my lady, that was before the actual killing of the Cradock. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Buthelezi.
Thank you, my lady. So, in paragraph 69, you state that as a result of this surveillance, you were forced to adapt your methods by operating without written agendas, memorizing strategic plans by heart, scheduling meetings at dawn, and so forth. Would you say that those methods that you adapted were successful?
To a greater or lesser extent, my lady, but the disruption in terms of the flow of our operations was quite significant, because what legitimately made people to believe in the message of Cradora, we were assuring them that this is a legal activity. There's nothing that can be of consequence to you legally and otherwise. It's a simple thing of ratepayers coming together and dealing with and solving their own problems. Once there was that state intervention in the manner it did, it did influence the psychological standing of the community to a greater or lesser extent, as I said. But it did not succeed to totally dismantle our operations and hegemony, for that matter. Because apart from the actual meetings that had to take place during normal times for convenience purposes, so once you would convene a meeting of your street committee or area structures at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it must be whispered, it must be...
Mr. Konewe, the question was whether those strategies did work, where you rescheduled meetings to hold them at different times and such.
Yeah, that's a point, my leader, that I'm trying to make, that it managed to keep the organization afloat. It did not come to the intended consequence.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. The next section we're going to deal with is titled Locations Where the Bodies Were Found and Witness Evidence. These occur from paragraph 76 to 86. We're not going to deal extensively with these paragraphs for the sake of just putting it in the record, because we did what I want to say is that I would like you, for the sake of your evidence, to simply read the name of the officer that you see, and I will guide you. This would be from paragraph 77 going on. The name of the officer, or start with the heading, which would be the particular member of the Cradock 4 that we're dealing with. And then under each paragraph, there'll be a particular officer and where they found this member, or in what state they found this member. So I would just like you to read those two parts, so not the entire sentence. So, for example, at paragraph 77, it would be Zintabele Ngalo, body of a man lying on his back in the bushes, approximately 200 meters away from his home. And we are dealing with Sparrow Mkonto.
Yes. So should I do Sparrow Mkonto also?
I've read that in, so go to 78.
Then Sicelo Mhlawuli, on the 29th of June 1985, Lieutenant Colonel Ignatius Michael Ferreira responded to a radio call. Upon arrival, he found the charred remains of a man whose right arm was severed below the elbow. Ferreira observed that the throat had been slit and clothing had melted into the body. Is that enough, my
That's
lady?
fine. Let's go to paragraph 83. Who are we dealing with there? The names just above paragraph 83.
Matthew Goniwe and Fort Kalata. On the 2nd July 1985, Johan Willem Stradom participated in the search located the remains of two individuals and pointed them out to Warrant Officer Els.
Of course, we know that he is the one who physically located the remains of Matthew Goniwe and Fort Kalata.
That's correct.
Now,
Sorry, who is that, Ms. Buthelezi?
this is where were you reading from? This would be Johan Willem Stradom.
Thank you.
Paragraph 83, my lady.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, my lady. We're going to deal with the next section, which is visits to the sites during the inspection local. These appear at paragraphs 87 to 95 of your statement. Now, of course, as you know, and the court conducted an inspection local during June this year, and in relation to each site, could you please give the court your account of what you observed and your recollection from having visited the sites on previous occasions, and whether you wish to record any discrepancies or disagreements? So we are at paragraph 88, and I believe, and you can read in the heading that precedes 88.
As Param Kondo, we, at the occasion of the ritual that we were doing to fetch their spirits, we were led to a place at Perseverance on the advice of Judy Chalmers. Judy Chalmers was part of the Black Sash people that we worked with together, and during that happening, this side were actively assisting with the families in establishing what really transpired. So we relied on her guidance. It took us to that spot at Perseverance. There seemed to be no dispute. Comes to Skelom Sauli, there again, Judy spotted to us the place that they've got the body of Skelom Sauli, en route to that spot of Matthew and Fort, you take the left turn. And then Matthew Goniwe and Fort Kalata.
Sorry, Mr. Guniwe. All right, no, I'm sorry. We're still dealing with the area around Blue Water Bay, yeah? Okay, my apologies.
On the right turn,
yeah.
Away from, on the right from where they were shown the body of Skelom Sauli was found, Judy intimated to us that at that time there were no buildings in that area. So he pointed the spot across where there were houses that were built, and we did the ritual at an adjacent spot right in front of what she pointed us to. We departed with the understanding that something would be done to mark those spots, even putting a stone with whitewash and so on, and that did not happen. So there are various views about where the bodies were actually found, and I'm not in a position to argue affirmatively, because my information also was given to me by somebody in the presence of other people, at least all of the families. I recall the Msauli family, because their own ritualistic arrangements would not be part of the public. The younger brother of Putselo went together with Sabanye or Landika Istuko Sabo, their clan, and they did their own private. In the Perseverance one, we're all together there, including this other spot, we're all together where the two bodies were found. So I'm not an authority, my lady, on the locations because I was not physically there when they were identified.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So you've dealt with So we are still I know this is we also visited the homestead, the Goniwe homestead, and during the inspection loco you took the court to the area that was termed the kitchen cabinet, and you also identified the electricity post where you gave evidence that Matthew Goniwe identified a so-called electrician who had a light complexion, whose complexion was too light to be an actual electrician, and where that pole was located.
Post office, employee.
Oh, sorry, it's post office employee. Please, I beg your pardon. Sorry. And so you were able to take the court and identify all of these locations. What we haven't spoken about yet is the N10. That's at paragraph 92 of your statement. Could you describe the circumstances and why we visited the N10 during the inspectio in loco?
In that spot, my lady, what happened, we were driving with Matthew and taking his wife to work. At that stage, Matthew had not acquired a driver's license, and I already had a driver's license, so he had a learner's driver's. So I had to be present. As we took the turn into N10, this car approached us and flickered the lights, and we stopped. Later, she alighted from his car and opened forcefully the door of the driver's seat and took Matthew by the shirt in the chest and actually pulled him out of the car. He was having his gun on his head, and he placed the firearm in Matthew's forehead and uttered the words that, "I am going to kill you." Then he said, "But Lieutenant, this is not a lawful thing to do." Then he retorted back to say, "What do you know about law?" Then he shoved him back, and no explanation, went back to his car, and he left.
Now, in the same paragraph, which is 92 that you're dealing with, you say that this particular incident happened around the same geography as the later abduction and of the Cradock 4. Is that
No, not at all. They're far apart.
Please, can you rectify this part of your
This one is, my lady,
statement?
is in Cradock. The bodies are in Port Elizabeth, in Cradora, so they are not related at all.
Thank you. My lady would just like to record that as part of his evidence to correct that statement there. The next topic we'll deal with is police intimidation and political threats. This spans over paragraphs 96 to 117 of your statement. Okay. Before I begin this section, my lady, I just wanted to check. It's about 7 minutes before. Shall I just run through before the lunch
Yes,
adjournment?
let's see how far
we get. All right.
In that 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, my lady. So, at paragraph 97, are you there, Mr. Goniwe?
Yeah.
And you're there, my lady?
Yes, of course.
Okay. At paragraph 97, you reference a brazen attempt at psychological domination through physical force. Can you explain the details of the incident to the court?
Isn't that
It's the same,
incident that is just recounted?
Yes,
Is this the Fushia incident?
yes, it's the
Oh,
same. Yes.
and that, right. That is correct. It is the one. Now, okay, we'll now move to 102. Having described that incident that happened with Fushia, was this an ordinary experience? And I want you to make reference to the details that you have in paragraph 102.
It was extraordinary in my understanding of how they operated. You see, my lady, before the emergence of Matthew in the scene, there was open terror amongst activists by the security police. And these were done brazenly and with impunity. People would be picked up, beaten up, and returned back to their homes and so on. But as soon as Matthew came in with his multitude of connections and knowledge of legalities, then some kind of restraint was observed. And clearly, because of the elevation of issues, that if you did something, the next morning would be in the papers, and there were people strategically placed like Molly Blackburn, Di Bishop, and many others, would be informed about what has happened within the narrow confines of the rotten legal system of apartheid. That would be exposed. So it served as a kind of a restraint to some level of free political activity. And from exchanges, even when we were stopped at roadblocks, there was some form of respect. Matthew was respected as a teacher and a prominent kind of community person. Such respect that was never actually extended before to people. So, in a sense, the connections did, to a lesser or greater extent, insulate activists from the brazen state abuse that was experienced before. So there would be some consequence, no matter not far-reaching or so. Even the boldness after the pointing of the firearm, where we then went to the police station. I was a bit uneasy about it, but we went to the police station, we laid a charge against the official. So Matthew had that kind of an impact and drive. Hence, the police would be very careful for what they were doing, or the manner of speaking, and he would actually challenge anything that he felt within the framework of the law protected his rights and so on. So I will say that was not a usual thing. Even in instances where there was unrest and the police were there, probably firing tear gas and doing that kind of stuff, Matthew would boldly intervene and say, no, these people are not committing any unlawful acts. Stop what you are doing. Then I said, no, we will stop what we're doing, disperse these people. then it would then give a directive that let us disperse, please go to your places. Then people would. So it then gave you this that they had some level, some form of respect. That rubbed off as well to people like Gladwell Makaula, Fort Kalata. When they emerged in a scene, there would be that kind of a respect. So that he could do that in broad daylight send a very chilling message to me.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
Perhaps this would be an opportune time to adjourn for lunch. Let's adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I think he missed it. His mistake. The characters are like it.
So he's seeing the characters.
Yeah, it was on Sledge's camera.
Yep, yeah. So his SDI will be off. Now we have to go to his HDMI and take it off
Oh,
in the menu. Same as yours.
okay. Still on. Okay, let's do it, Baron. So we need to go switch it off. Baron says in the camera now
Camera
because
menu.
we're using HDMI. Yeah.
Okay, then you do. Just give me time, eh?
Yeah, long enough. This cable that he has here.
No, he must send. Give me send. 3 officers. 3 officers.
It's around about the same size. This one that we have is around about the same size that we have with the SDI cable. It's about a meter, this python.
What does it say on the packet, even though it's Chinese?
It's media.
Fuck, that's Chinese.
It's written in Chinese, so you don't even see now what's the size on the packaging.
Okay, let me work on the character here. Let me see if I can find it in Sledge's camera first.
It is about a meter, Baron. The rough estimation.
Could be a meter. Meter and a half.
Yeah, 1.5 meters, maybe.
A meter and a half,
But
maybe.
We can test it in my cupboard. I've got the meters in half.
I know, understand.
We also have this internet cable that we can also test with it. Is it an internet cable?
Yeah, last year for the time.
We can't send a video with this. There's this one that they use there on OP to connect the DMG to the camera.
Shoot.
Oh, okay. But it's just for some kind of connection, you see? It's not for video.
Audio, out select, in out select, display
But
select.
I've seen them using, eh?
I've used it on other things.
Oh, okay.
Other display.
Okay, no, down is we'll use this HDMI. If you can send others. HDMI cable. No, it's one, so that
Wait,
we
wait.
have one on our kits, then one that stays with this
SDI
image.
out.
I won't
SDI
break it.
Off. SDI character off. No, SDI out. On. Character off. SDI. HD SDI.
This is the one. It's fairly new. It just opened it now. Which time is back? It out.
Is the info disappeared?
Yeah. I can still see characters. Just go out of menu so that you can see.
Okay.
Is the character still on? I can see the numbers still.
46.
9.
49. Okay.
Okay.
In-out select. Monitor HDMI zebra off. Type in-out select.
Okay. Zama uses HDMI. We'll also ask him
Time code out. Time code video sync.
when he goes live. He uses HDMI.
So there isn't an HDMI character off in this camera. We've only got SDI. SDI, EDH off. Everything's off. Auto record.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Kiji. The character's on. Is it off? Ne? On the side of the camera.
Yeah, it's off.
Okay. Okay, sure, thank you. Okay, danke, sure. I've also used this cable switch. Let's try this cable.
Okay, but just wait. So at the moment, there is no HDMI character off. There's only SDI. So I found a monitor HDMI Zebra. We have engaged it to off. So what is it showing there?
Go off of the menu now.
There's a
The numbers are still there.
There's a 40924. So
Yeah.
is that a time code?
Yeah. That's what's on here now. And it's only that. The characters are on now.
But the thing is, these are the characters that I see on my side that I should be seeing. But now,
Let's. Oh, my camera's interesting. I was gonna say, let's check my camera.
I think this should be another. What was the other character no that we used to?
So that's a time code. We can try removing the time code manually, but then you're not going to see it in there. That's the only thing I can think of.
The thing is, there is what you should be seeing and what it sends out. So we're supposed to see it.
Yeah, but
Which
you'll
is-
have to monitor it on your side panel going forward then.
Damn it.
Okay, so I'll leave you to investigate. I think on the Panasonic 4K they've got the HDMI character option,
Sketch, can you try this?
Yeah.
but
The characters, you switch them on now. You switch them on, because look.
Yeah, but these are mine that I use. It's not the output characters.
But characters should be off,
yeah, it should be off always.
always.
When you're shooting.
Character out
If you,
Yes, that's what I mean. This is character in. It's character out. That's.
the,
should be switched off.
so how do you shoot in live when, you know?
I shoot live with them appearing, but they don't go out.
But that is correct. Do you know what? Let me confirm. Let me show you.
With the old cameras, it was usually here,
Yes.
out.
Mm.
So the setting is there then.
So
There
what
should be a equalizer because going is you should see your audio because you won't be able to see if my audio is down or.
So what I'm trying to say is you got in-out select, okay? You got the in-out select. We enter that. In the olden days, well, we used to have SDI out character off.
Yes.
And it's off there.
Correct. But now we're working with HDMI.
Can you go to that STI out and say off?
It is off.
It's
It's
on.
on.
Oh,
Let's check now. Out of menu. Switch off your character select.
okay. So we're still dealing with the time code. So we have to try and figure out how to get rid of the
We
time
should
code.
not be getting them out this side, but I'm able to monitor what's going on, whether it's the audio,
Correct.
yeah, well, on this side, with them coming in.
But remember, we'll. Is this thing working on SDI or HDMI at the moment?
It's on HDMI.
HDMI, because that's why it's live now.
Okay, but now we are seeing SDI character outputs. Oh no, sorry. Just the output. Maybe we need to select HDMI option.
These cameras have two menus. There's two menus. There's a menu when you press menu and menu when you long press. So it probably is here. I know when you long press that side, there's an even advanced menu that comes out. It's even
No,
longer.
on yours. On yours.
This camera is the same.
Okay. So I was hoping for an HDMI character off button, but it didn't have it. record counter. Is there an off function? Total end
Total
Clip.
clip.
and clip. Okay.
I kid you not that STI is gonna work again when he chooses to work again.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna do that.
Morning live once a crossing at 7.
Tell them we're not doing that shit.
Can I tell them that?
Tell them what?
That I'm not doing that shit?
Tell them. Tell them.
How soon are you waiting for an answer?
I didn't say anything. I think Oweti already said it's fine because I only realized when she came back.
No, what I
5
mean
minutes
is
later.
we're just doing some tests. We've got DMG issues.
We've
so
got
we just-
damage issues. Just tell them if the damage is working.
Just pump the brakes. Let's see if we can get. Are you assigned? So you're talking to Blom.
Yes, you
So
guys
Blom's
make my
assigned.
ovaries pain. That's what you do.
So Blom is assigned to you for the 7 a.m. morning live thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get your camera and see if we can get HDMI character
It's
off.
interesting.
It's ingesting my stuff.
Let's try to work this one.
Oh, okay. Are you continuing or am I going back in?
Can you please test this?
What's a,
Yeah.
Can you please test this?
Okay, cool.
Oh, wait, she just went to go fetch Inquest, so I haven't given her an update yet. But I obviously need to update her.
We're having DMG issues. That should also.
I did tell her, and then she said, I don't get paid enough for the shit. And then I said, no one does.
Okay, now
DMNG. You
Do not.
have to put it back on. It's not just character. It's SDI out. So SDI out character is off. It's off. Auto record. Monitor HDMI Zebra. I've been in here. There is only one option. Timecode in out select. Timecode out. Let's see what we can do. Timecode. What happens when we press timecode in?
Just go off menu. Still there.
Still there.
When you switch off the characters on slash camera, in off menu,
I just got to bring it back. So bring it back to timecode out. That makes sense. So now I'm going to go to timecode out. What are they saying there? Timecode generator, timecode generator, timecode record.
timecode video sync.
Ish, what was it? Timecode. Must
You
be
choose the
timecode.
top first. You choose the top one first.
Must be timecode generator. TV video sync. Recording video out.
Oh, sorry.
Safety zone, focus bar, date, level meter. What does menu back mean? Other display.
Check the camera is finished, so we can connect that one.
It's gone. There are no characters.
I don't know what the fuck I've done. Okay, so at the moment I've gone to this monitor over here to have a look, but anyway, let's see what happens if it comes back.
No, it doesn't.
No, now I'm suspicious because
Now it's back, but it only lives when. So that would mean I have to move between.
no, okay, so bring it, so now, okay, so it was there, right? So then what I did was I came here. I came to monitor select. And then I came to counter because I wanted to get rid of
The counter.
the counter, the count, let's see, setup. So the counter is set up for time code, even though, so I went to counter. I don't know, I can't remember what UB stands for, and I was playing around with it over here. So you are on free run at the moment, but you're not using time code. What. So I started playing around here to see if I could reset or do something, whatever. You see, there's the numbers back. So now we want to get rid of it. So what happens if I go to UB? Still there.
Yes, still here.
Back to that. What happens if I reset? Or if you got all the characters off? So what did I do for it to go?
I need to go edit, I'll come back.
No problem.
So what? I think I'll. So what's the point? Okay. I'm gonna need the camera back to voice.
Okay.
You know when goes and because I'm going to edit out.